So something that President Trump will be looking into in his first 100 days. Of course, we know that he is facing a lot coming right back into office due to 4 failed years of Joe Biden as he leaves in disgrace, 50 years of so-called public service, but has been an unbridled failure as a United States Senator, as the worst vice president in American history, and by far one of the worst presidents in American history. He has left a mess for Donald Trump to come and clean up, but thank God that President Trump is putting the right people into place, great cabinet picks, and you've seen some of them going through confirmation hearings, whether that's Pete Hegseth for Defense Secretary or Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. How about are Tom Homan, very focused on operating ICE agents beginning on Tuesday with Operation Aurora to remove criminal illegal migrants, the most dangerous out of our large cities, with 150 on the ground now ready to go in Chicago. And we saw from the Chicago PD a communication statement released saying that they will not hinder but will also not cooperate with that investigation and roundup of criminal illegal aliens. And it will be interesting to see in 6 months from now, even 1 year from now, how much our cities get better as a result of reduced crime. We know that Mayor Eric Adams went down to Mar-a-Lago to visit with President Trump before President Trump got on the plane yesterday with First Lady Melania Trump and his son Barron, along with other family members, to travel up here to Washington, D.C. And last night they celebrated a star-studded fireworks display. In fact, the largest fireworks display ever put on, with the great tenor, America's tenor, Christopher Macchio, singing Nessun Dorma and God Bless America, Ave Maria, also Alleluia, some classic songs in the tenor repertoire, and President Trump shaking the hand of his friend, simply saying, "You did it great again, Christopher." So a really enjoyable evening for the Trumps and friends and family over at Trump National in Washington, D.C. That's, of course, near Sterling, Virginia, roughly 40 minutes or so outside of the district. And today, as you've been watching Right Side Broadcasting and sticking with us, you might have noticed that President Trump, adhering to a great tradition of presidents, going and laying the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, a soldier only known by name to the Lord Almighty, as his tomb is unmarked there, but we honor that on Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and of course, incoming presidents will lay that wreath as well. This is only the second time in history where someone will serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Of course, Donald Trump is going to do that starting tomorrow at noon Eastern, and before him, Grover Cleveland, serving as the 22nd and 24th President of the United States back in the 19th century. A tradition that spans back now, we're almost 250 years old, and I'm so excited to see what Vivek Ramaswamy and also Elon Musk have in store for the 250th anniversary of America, its birthday. It's going to be a huge celebration in a couple of years. And of course, that due date for the Doge report on how to slash and reduce the federal bloated budget. Now, I think with Elon and Vivek, great businessmen that they are, you'll probably see some recommendations and even things put into practice really in the first 100 days or even the first 3 months of the administration. So much ready to go to work, and we're getting that feeling as we talk to people. We've been here since Wednesday night here and live with you, the American people, since Thursday. If you saw back our coverage on Thursday, we were walking all the way down that parade route, and how exciting that was to see Pennsylvania Avenue. Now, sadly, we will not be able to have really any outdoor activities, as a lot of the bleachers, the chairs, have been taken down, and President Trump, just like President Reagan 40 years ago to the date, will be taking that oath of office under the Capitol Rotunda and Capital One Arena. This will also be the location for a large viewing party. And Speaking of some of the great MAGA patriots this morning who were camping out since 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, some at 5 or 6, and really going up against the weather. And today it's cold, but still more on the mild side. We're getting into the high 30s. It will dip drastically come the evening and then the early morning hours. So if you do plan on camping out, be very, very careful, please, because it are truly life-threatening temperatures with a high tomorrow between, it's looking like 7 to 11 degrees, and the wind chill will be much, much worse. So out of an abundance of caution, please make sure you're making smart and right decisions. And for the long lines, anticipation for those, make sure you're staying hydrated and eating. We're experiencing the opposite of what we normally would with the Trump rally, going way back to the summer, if you joined us for some of those wonderful events. And again, so much in the news happening in the next few hours that the administration will have to deal with immediately. And you might have been watching or following the TikTok ban, and President Trump stating on Truth Social that he is asking companies not to let TikTok stay dark. This is President Trump speaking, will issue an executive order on Monday to extend the period of time before the law's prohibition takes effect so that we can make a deal to protect our national security. The order will also confirm that there will be no liability for any company that helped keep TikTok from going dark before my order. Americans deserve to see our exciting inauguration on Monday, as well as other events and conversations. And President Trump concluding with
said you have to do one baby step at a time till I get to.
Shit,
No, fuck.
Yeah.
That's what you said. Fuck around, find out.
Find out. I'm not doing it. No. Okay. Hey, we need to go tilt towards the right, please. I think that's pretty good right there.
You know, it's not like we can go and have a coffee.
Not yet. It was just the family. He's not out yet. It would be in the next like 5 to 10 minutes.
what time is it?
Yeah, they told me like get them paid. But I think I'm Okay, that's perfect. So are you yeah. And like doing the same, like thinking it's gonna get. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Yeah. It was like yesterday, you know, I was looking at that area.
There should only be just like an internal mic audio. I don't have a microphone. No, he's not going to talk to anyone. He's just walking in.
But other than that, yeah, I'm going to try to be outside.
Oh, I'm good here. It's like walking in.
You're on? Then you have to go through security and all that.
just asked if you're one of them. But we spent 75. Yeah. I was the treatment. When you just asked for work. Yeah. But we also said yeah.
Alright guys, stand by. The motorcade is like a block away. It's coming up right. It's coming up soon though. Alright guys, the main motorcade is coming in the positive. Alright guys, the main motorcade is coming in the positive. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Get the 8. Get the 8. the motorcade is going to come in a second. Trump's out. Trump's coming in.
Looking live there in Washington, D.C. There are blue skies in Washington, D.C. this morning. As you just saw, the president-elect walking into St. John's Episcopal Church. This is as to tradition for presidents-elect to attend a church service right there near Lafayette Park, near the White House. Again, you're watching live broadcasting right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There are no video cameras for television or streaming inside the church service. We'd love to bring you something like that, but that's just not happening on any networks. As we see here that the president there attending church, again, blue skies in America. Hello, everybody. I'm Matthew Alvarez, looking forward to going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler and Christina Loren to join us with live team coverage for Inauguration Day in America. It is January 20th, 2025. Beautiful, beautiful photos, 3 of them there, live video perspectives from the White House to the Capitol Hill U.S. Capitol building, and then to the St. John's Episcopal Church there, where you just saw the president-elect walking in. This is his first thing to do today, is to go to church. Then after that, there will be tea at the White House with the outgoing administration. So both the president-elect, along with Joe Biden and Jill Biden, will meet with Mr. Trump and Melania today at the White House. That's up next for President Trump. Then it will be off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony and all of the inauguration coverage that we will have for you throughout the entire day right here on RSBN. Also today, more than 200 executive orders that will be implemented into policy immediately happening today. President Trump, promises made already, promises kept. He said over the campaign trail at the rallies that he would be doing so many actions for this country that are great on day one. Well, here we are, day one, blue skies. Yesterday, quite cloudy on the last night of the previous administration. And here we are, looking forward to, as Bobby just put it on Truth Social, morning in America, as in good morning here in America, as you see 3 live vantage points. And of course, we're live right here. I'm Matthew Alvarez again. It is 8:47 Eastern time as we look forward to bringing you all of this live coverage today. When we go to Bobby and Megan, they'll be at Capital One Arena. We'll also go to Christina Loren today. So a lot of coverage as we get ready for a number of all sorts of live coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go now to one of our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network, as you'll see in just a minute on your screen. But we do know, of course, that it says it right there. I can say it because it's right there, right? Badass all-in-one home gym. So getjackedup.com. That is one of our great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. That looks like a sweet home gym system, if you ask me. If you want to get more information, just go to that website right there and go to the QR code as well to get more information on this great weight system. Getting in shape, always a good thing. Make America healthy again. To be honest with you, over Christmas and the break there, ate way too many cookies. They were very good, but you know what? I started to turn a new leaf, and hopefully we'll continue to eat healthy and start working out a little bit more too. All right, so great sponsor here at Right Side as you're taking that live look. It's the quadruple box here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so after church, President Trump, again, will go to the White House for tea with Biden and his wife Jill. Melania will be accompanying President Trump as well. Then again, off to Capitol Hill for the indoor rotunda ceremony. This is the first time this has happened, as many of you have heard, since 40 years ago, where Ronald Reagan, for his second term, was sworn in for the people to see. Also, it was the wind chills were very low there in D.C. back in '85. We're looking at about 20 some odd degrees right there in D.C. right now, but a low in the teens, even lower, possibly 11, 12 degrees. And then you add the wind chill, obviously bitter cold there. So the decision to go indoors, but also looking forward to bringing you coverage from Capital One Arena, where there is a viewing of the ceremony. So just like last night for that huge rally, it would be a packed house inside that arena as well. So a huge celebration today. So I see today as the 47th president. And then the third part of today is the action, the executive orders. So we have the official proceedings, the celebration, and the actions all in one day. This is 24/7 news at a hyper speed, a historic speed. As President Trump said just yesterday, there will be historic speed and strength today when it comes to the executive orders that are going to be signed, and also all about making America great again. All of these executive orders that will be immediately put into play will be today. And so we will see all of that news coming out. So stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social and on X and on our website and right here on the network as we are live here streaming to you. As we get the news of these executive orders, we do know a few of them, of course, generally speaking, have to do with the border, with illegal immigration, with the J6 pardons. There have already been drafts written for that. There are so many great things about to happen here for our country. A lot of very serious news to be had as well. This is, again, a day of celebration and official proceeding. But President Trump not wasting any time. As you know, yesterday during that rally speech, he said along the lines of that people said, oh, we should spread out some of these executive orders over the coming days and weeks and maybe months. No way. He is going to sign more than 200 today to get the job done, because it is day one, and we know that it shows the seriousness of the situation of our country. Yes, we are happy that we have a common sense leader stepping into the White House. Yes, we're happy for the strength and to get back to it here in the country. But we also know that outside of that celebration is the action that President Trump will be taking today. Also, we will be able to celebrate tonight. We'll have live coverage in our second broadcast starting at 6:30 Eastern, the inaugural balls in Washington, D.C. The Liberty Ball, the Commander-in-Chief Ball. We'll have our cameras at the Liberty Ball as well, where Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler will be live. We'll see President Trump along with the First Lady with their first dance there as we kick off this second administration for President Trump. So yes, it's a great day in America. As you see again, if you're just joining us right now, the bottom left of your screen showing beautiful blue skies in Washington, D.C. Yesterday, of course, very cold and cloudy, still very cold in Washington. But it's beautiful to see blue skies there. So on the bottom right of your screen, that is the St. John Episcopal Church. That's where President Trump and President-elect Trump and the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and their spouses are attending church service. Again, this is a long-time tradition for presidents-elect to attend church at the St. John's Episcopal Church, which is near Lafayette Park, near the White House. So a lot to get kicked off today here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Go ahead and share this live link on Rumble and on other platforms as you're watching, and let people know that we are wall-to-wall today, and we will bring you live coverage. And again, we will be joined by a number of our great hosts here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely, Megan Kohler, Christina Loren, team coverage live from Washington, bringing you the sights, bringing you the sounds, bringing you the moments of this great day that we have prepared for a long time. Some of us might have thought, is this really going to happen? You know, during the campaign, are we really going to win again? We knew we had the majority, but we know what happened in 2020. But being too big to rig, it took place in the sense of being way too big to rig. And then on top of that, the RNC with Laura Trump and Michael Whatley and all of the lawyers and all of the people watching like a hawk the entire election, and all of the great grassroots groups, all of the election agencies and election integrity and election security groups out there. Everybody really focused on it. And on top of that, again, too big to rig, winning the popular vote, winning the Electoral College, all 7 swing states. What a night on November 5th. Well, here we are now, as President Trump said, 75 days since that great win. We are now on January 20th, 2025. So happy you're with us. Stick with us today. Why not, right? I know some of you might be watching at work as it is Monday, but it is Martin Luther King Day, so a lot of you have off. So this is going to be a lot of coverage today. As President Trump mentioned the other day, that this will be a large TV audience, a large streaming audience as well, because of the fact that those of you that are in Washington, D.C. that wanted to see President Trump outside the Capitol and to deliver the inaugural address Obviously, for reasons including the cold weather there, the only confirmation I have and we have at the network is it was the cold weather, of course, bringing everything inside, just like back in '85 with Ronald Reagan. We know that the audience will be quite large today. Happy that you're with us here, and happy that you're going to be seeing Bobby, Megan, and Christina as well a little bit later in the broadcast as we get ready to go to them live at Capital One Arena. All right, so one of our other sponsors here is Done With Debt. Done With Debt, as you see right there, donewithdebt.com. That number's on your screen. If you fight for your financial freedom, you can do that through this group right there. This is a group that's going to help you reduce your debt and figure out a game plan for you. Great to see the president there in that cutout right there with his fist in the air. What a time that was for our country. Go to donewithdebt.com. Fight for your financial freedom. Of course, specializing in eliminating credit card and personal loan debt, as you see there on your screen. Call them at 888-322-1054. An awesome sponsor, donewithdebt.com. Now, that picture right there that you saw with the Secret Service agent with the sunglasses on, Mr. Curran, he is now going to be the Secret Service Director for the United States Secret Service. So President Trump appointing him to that role. Last night we saw Kash Patel on stage at the TPUSA inaugural Eve ball right here on right side, and of course appointed to head up the FBI. Pam Bondi over at the AG's office over the Department of Justice, and a number of great picks by President Trump, as you know. But today, as we approach the top of the hour, 9 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us, Matthew Alvarez, as we see a few people walking in there to the St. John's Episcopal Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance are attending service. Once again, this is a tradition for presidents-elect to attend church at that building right there, not too far from Lafayette Park, which is right across from the White House. After this, as we go over some of the specifics here, brought to you by the AP in the sense of a list of all of the specifics, I do want to share with you the schedule of today. So we do know President Trump will have, again, a White House and have share tea with the outgoing administration. Then it's off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony along with that inaugural address. Hearing that the president's speech will call for, quote, revolution of common sense. A revolution of common sense. That article you can find on Truth Social and on X, on our account at RSB, and on Truth Social and on X at RSB Network. So again, hearing the president's speech will call for a, quote, revolution of common sense. Isn't it great that it's a revolution of something positive, great, and wonderful for our nation? We are going to go to one other sponsor here. Before we do that, I just want to continue on that we know the official swearing in will take place at noon Eastern Time, and Chief Justice John Roberts, of course, will lead the president in the oath. Looking forward to seeing all of that live coverage. Let's go to Tax Network USA as well, one of our great sponsors at Right Side, Tax Network USA, 800-357-1415. If you missed any taxes over the years, you need a little help with figuring out the game plan there, you can go to tpusa.com/RSBN. This is a great group right here. You'll be able to get somebody on the line there at 800-357-1415. Tax Network USA. All right, it is the top of the hour here, 8:59, just about to be 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's go to a commercial break. We'll be right back. You're watching live coverage of Inauguration Day in America. We'll see you after the break.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss. I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic MyPillows for wholesale prices, only $14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Upgrade to a queen-size MyPillow for just $18.88. King size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use My Pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live Show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Welcome back. Live coverage here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Blue skies. If you're just waking up and joining us, look at that there at the U.S. Capitol building. Inside that rotunda, the great leader of this nation, who has been the great leader of this country and the free world since 2015, 2016, will be sworn in right inside there at that rotunda of the U.S. Capitol on Capitol Hill. Blue skies in America. Thanks so much for joining us as you take a live look at the White House, the Capitol, and outside of St. John's Episcopal Church, where President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance are attending service. Again, this is a tradition for presidents-elect every morning on Inauguration Day to go into that church right there to have church service, and then onward to the day's agenda. Of course, a lot of coverage about to be had here at the network. We'll be seeing the oath of office. We'll be seeing the inaugural address, speeches. We'll be seeing and hearing and experiencing some great artists and performers singing. And also over at Capital One Arena, where that rally was last night, Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, our RSBN hosts, will be there as well for that. So a lot of coverage, a lot of different vantage points today, as it is quite cold in D.C., but awesome to see blue skies as we are excited to bring you this coverage, because obviously this is about that fork in the road that we kept talking about leading up to November 5th, the right turn toward strength and common sense and making America great again, or the left turn towards a very progressive, liberal, extreme agenda, anti-everything that this country was founded on. Those are the facts, and the people said, nah, we're not going left, we're going to go right. And that's what happened. We saw it, too big to rig, and here we are as we look forward to seeing the reform of this country. And, you know, Elon Musk saying the same thing on X, on his headline page that he had for a while. He had that the people voted for, the majority of the people voted for government reform. So that obviously looking forward to seeing that happen here. So let's go on with some of the agenda again. As you're just joining us, we can share with you some of the details of today. And also, again, we'll be going to Bobby and Megan as soon as that is up and running there at the Capital One Arena, where I believe there are people outside already waiting to get in line and waiting to get inside that arena to watch this great ceremony that will be had in just a bit from now. We're looking at 10, 11, 12, 3 hours, less than 3 hours until the president-elect gets rid of the word elect and is the President of the United States, the 47th Commander-in-Chief. So one of the most important parts of today after those official proceedings is the President's signing room ceremony. So it's a president's signing room ceremony where more than 200 executive orders will be signed by President Trump, and those policies will take effect immediately. Those include, of course, border security, all things that would be positive and great for our country. At the end of the day, common sense and truth, and these are the things that President Trump, as you guys know, on the campaign trail has been talking about for several months, obviously years. And within the first administration, so many great positive things were happening. Then we're looking forward to seeing more of that, plus even more of the same and better here as we look to make America great again as a team. You know, yesterday, President Trump saying, when we are sworn in together as president, of course, he representing we the people, but he said the word we again. You know, that's something that he said during those campaign stops. When we win the White House, well, he gets we the people. He definitely gets we the people. You know, the test of time, and then also the test of all the terrible things that he had to face and has faced for all of us. He could have quit. He could have said, nope, not doing this anymore. But there's something very unique and very special about President Donald Trump and what he has done for this country and what he has done for the free world. How about saying straight up there would be, quote, hell to pay if Hamas would not release release the hostages? Well, we saw what has happened just recently. 3 American hostages returned. So he's a man of peace through strength, but definitely gets the job done and is an outsider, is a regular guy. When I say regular guy, I mean someone that could talk to anybody. Doesn't really pay respect, pays respect to basically everybody. I mean, he's the guy. I mean, we're looking at this live picture here of the White House and the Capitol and all these official proceedings, but remember, on the campaign trail, he was the guy that stepped into a garbage truck. He was the guy that went to McDonald's and served from the window. Are you serious? Yeah, that's who we're working with here. And he's the one that also made America great then in this first administration, will make it great again this next administration, and has promised us a lot of a great core of promises that already, again, promises made, promises kept. He already said that he's going to do a lot on day one. Well, it's day one, and he's going to be not just soaking in the moment. He'll soak in the moment, but he'll also be so happy to sign executive orders today. He's not waiting. He's not slow rolling this thing. This is going to be, as he said yesterday, historic speed and strength when he's signing these executive orders later today. As you're taking the live look, videos of the White House, the U.S. Capitol, and St. John's Episcopal Church. We will be going soon to Capital One Arena as well, because what's awesome about you're about to see is I believe there are thousands and thousands of people outside of Capital One Arena, and Bobby and Megan are RSPN hosts, of course, that you've seen here at the network over the past 4 days of coverage. We'll be interviewing people there live. Today is a day, again, of official proceeding, of celebration, and of action, all in one day. So the trifecta of sorts in the political world and for our country as we get ready for some live coverage. As you see right now, some activity just outside of St. John's Episcopal Church. Again, the president-elect and and vice president-elect Vance are in there with their spouses and family and other staff at this church service. And we will be seeing both the president-elect and vice president-elect walk out of the church into their respective motorcades with extremely tight security, and also with a lot of prayers from the nation and prayers from the world. Let's be real. I mean, when you look at all of the people that are of the free world that want to be free, or in a free nation like ours, they're praying. They want great things for our country, but they want great things for their land as well. Think about Hungary and the people of Brazil and the people of Poland, the people of the UK. They want to be free. They don't want some super extreme leftists ruling over them, telling them what they can say, what they can think, what they can buy. That's why we here say don't tread on us. This is of we the people. This is our land, and this is the Constitution that our founding fathers wrote for us. So that's what's great about President Trump today when he says he's going to preserve, protect, and defend the United States Constitution. An Alabama delegate, a Trump Alabama delegate, sent me a photo of the Constitution recently. She was in with her family in the National Archives Museum. And I asked them, because I knew that they all texted and said they're going to this museum. I said, well, can you send me a photo of it? So I'm going to post that on Truth Social here in just a bit. But it's wonderful to see the actual Constitution of our United States there in Washington, D.C. at the National Archives Museum. Great museums there in Washington. Obviously, tons of history. And speaking of that history, we'll be seeing today a historic day. Again, President Trump saying with historic speed and strength will he be signing all of these executive orders. Again, policies that will be enacted excuse me, right away in Washington, D.C., inside the White House there. I'm also looking forward to, obviously, a member of the press, looking forward to seeing the Washington, D.C. Brady press briefing room, Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, taking questions from the press. When will that first White House press briefing be? I haven't heard. We haven't heard here at the network, but obviously as soon as there is the first one, we will be watching that and bringing you that live coverage right here as well. So we have the ability to see what is happening at the White House, at the Pentagon, at the Supreme Court, at the press briefing room. Regardless of where around the country things happen, we will be able to bring you that live feed here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, including President Trump's trip on Air Force One, his first trip to the West Coast, to Southern California, to see the LA wildfire damage that's been done there, but also to help the people of the region and increase federal support there. Of course, President Trump blaming Gavin and the mayor of LA on mismanagement of this whole situation out there, with the Palisades fire being the largest one, claiming 24 lives and just a terrible situation in Southern California. For those of you that may be up watching right now at 6:13 out there on the West Coast, thank you so much for joining us. And those of you in the Mountain Time Zone, the Central Time Zone, and on the East Coast, you are watching live right now, Right Side Broadcasting Network, 9:13 Eastern Time. That is St. John's Episcopal Church. President-elect Trump and the Vice President-elect Vance and their spouses are in the church there, having a church service, taking part in that service there. And then we'll head off to the White House, where President-elect Trump and the First Lady, Melania Trump, will be meeting with the outgoing administration, a time of, they're actually having tea there at the White House, a very large and historic tradition, of course, for the incoming and outgoing presidents. From there, it'll be off to the U.S. Capitol as we get ready for this inauguration day in America. Again, if you look at the top left of your screen there and a little bit around the live box right here, haven't seen blue skies in D.C. Over the past, I don't think, 4 days. There might have been some peaks of sun there, but today, what a great day to start. Blue skies in Washington for someone that is going to do. All right, so let's go through some of the schedule for the day as we get ready to go live to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler, along with Christina Loren, who will be live at Capital One Arena and other various locations throughout Washington, D.C. We have a huge crew of our camera ops as well, and all of our production staff here at the network. putting in a lot of hours over the past 5 days, but all dedicated to the cause. And the cause is to bring you the live event, to bring you the speech, to bring you all of the news that we see here. So bearing the cold out there, but definitely doing it for the right reason. Of course, being employed as well is always a perk, a great perk. So again, we're seeing and waiting for the president-elect and vice president-elect to exit the church there. It looks like the service may be over. So as soon as I see the president-elect, we'll go there live and just listen in. We did hear some questions from the press being shouted to President Trump, the President-elect Trump. He didn't answer any of those questions, obviously just starting out the morning there, as we see a few people exiting the building. So that might be happening at any moment. And then as soon as that does, we'll also be going to Capital One Arena, where Bobby and Megan will pick up some of our live coverage as well. So again, let's get to some of the schedule as we await the president-elect to exit St. John's Episcopal Church. After the president-elect and Melania Trump have tea with the outgoing administration, it'll be off to Capitol Hill for the swearing-in ceremony, along with the inaugural address, all happening again inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, something that hasn't happened since 1985, as we see a number of people exiting the church there. Then we're hearing that the president's speech will call for a, quote, revolution of common sense, a report that I saw right here at our network, rsbnetwork.com. Let's go live right now to Washington, D.C. and stoic as ever, alongside the absolutely gorgeous First Lady Melania Trump, on their way now to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, right there to that building, a beautiful White House, as they have tea with the outgoing administration. That's what's next on the schedule for the president-elect. So thank you so much for joining us for this live broadcast, as it's about 9:30, the bottom of the hour here, as we have wall-to-wall coverage of today's great event, today's historic event. And speaking of historic, again, historic speed is what President Trump referred to all of the actions that will be taken for the executive orders. Just seeing, according to Fox, among them, declare emergency at the border, issue a proclamation closing the border, designate cartels as foreign terrorist as a terrorist organization, and also the military will be directed to construct new phase of the border wall, among many more. So the border wall being rebuilt, Operation Aurora with mass deportations, so many great executive orders happening today. President Trump, the president-elect, not taking long to get the job done. We were kind of joking here at the studio yesterday with some of the producers and behind the staff people here, and saying, well, what's President Trump going to do after signing all the executive orders, getting all the ball rolling so quickly? But at the end of the day, of course, maintaining and creating a great outcome for this nation. The golden age is upon us, as it is, once again, blue skies in Washington, D.C. This after 4 straight days of mostly cloudy skies, and now it's obviously very cold. That's why the U.S. Capitol Rotunda will house the president-elect, the vice president-elect, along with a number of great dignitaries, and some of the press will be in there as well. And we look forward to seeing all of that live coverage. We're just looking forward to that moment when he puts his hand on his Bible that he received when he was a youngster, and then also putting his hand on the Lincoln Bible that President Lincoln used when he was sworn in the 1800s. So this is going to be quite the day, and looking forward to all of the talking and all of the back and forth and all of the wild stuff that's happened over the past 4 years, just to be put into a place of peace. So when he shares that inaugural address, prior to that, when he is sworn in, that's the moment that we'll all see together here in America, as the majority of you voted for Donald Trump. And he did that in 2020 as well. But we know that 2024, a great election outcome with too big to rig, and also the RNC and other election integrity groups and lawyers across the country keeping an eye on everything, just making sure everything is on the up and up, and looking forward to seeing these executive actions signed into law today, because at the end of the day, we know that there are more than 200 executive orders that will take effect immediately. So that means this will be a 24/7 news cycle that I don't think we've seen in quite some time, if ever, with the amount of news that will happen not only today, but through this week and on, as it's reversing course. I mean, just imagine a huge ship. I know it takes a minute to turn it, but it's going to start right away. Those engines are raring to go. I've been thinking, at the Kentucky Derby, as those racehorses are behind the gate, behind waiting for that bell to sound and that gate to open. And man, when they're off, they are off. And that's what we're about to see here. We're going to go to hyper speed. We're going to go to historic speed, according to the president, when it comes to the executive orders. And looking forward to bringing you all of this live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll be going to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler at the Capital One Arena, where there's this huge viewing of the ceremony today. So wall-to-wall coverage, even until tonight, where President Trump and the First Lady will dance at the Liberty Ball. We'll have Bobby and Megan there as well. And then also we'll have some coverage from the Commander-in-Chief Ball, President Trump to share his remarks at both of those events. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have a long day yet ahead of us, but a great day ahead of us, a historic day in America. It is January 20th, 2025. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thank you guys so much. This Monday, Martin Luther King Day. A lot of people have off today. If you don't, if you're watching from work on your phone on the side, I won't tell anybody. Thanks so much for watching. 9:34, as we see there, the president-elect about to join the vice president-elect to join Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug. So why don't we go there live right now in Washington, D.C., outside the White House. A great moment there, seen live right there with the Vice President-elect and the current VP there at the White House. So it was great to see that moment. Everyone's smiling there at the White House. Coming up next will be the President-elect as well. We'll show you that live in just a second. This broadcast brought to you by Brightcore. So the Brightcore group here has this great product there. And Director, if you could please close the mic. 888-722-0936. You see the Kimchi One product right there, the gut health, immune support, anti-aging properties. All kimchi is something else. It's great for your gut and also for health. So make America healthy again, alongside RFK Jr., alongside President Trump's plan, and alongside Brightcore right there. You see that phone number on your screen, and if you buy two, you get one free. Go to mybrightcore.com/RSBN. All right, let's go back live there to Washington. As you see the White House there, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, sunny skies. Looking forward to the leaves being back on the trees and springtime and some great weather. But right now, of course, extremely cold, but it's still blue skies on this January 20th. We'll be going live as soon as President-elect Trump and the First Lady Melania Trump will be meeting there with Joe Biden and Jill Biden there to walk into the White House. And then they will have tea together at the White House, a tradition, of course. And then from there, from the White House, President Trump at a certain time will then go to the U.S. Capitol building on Capitol Hill to have the huge ceremony, the inauguration ceremony inside the rotunda. If you are a news kind of aficionado or a news nerd in some ways, I like myself, I looked at the 1985 rotunda when Ronald Reagan was sworn in there. That was the last time this was on 40 years ago, and it was similar reporting in the sense of the vantage points of all of the cold weather that we saw then, similar to what we're seeing now. And it's quite an awesome moment to see history in the making right here on Right Side. So so glad you're with us here on the network as we bring you wall-to-wall live coverage as much as we can, uninterrupted from any commercials, that kind of thing. But we do know that we are grateful as well for our huge sponsors at this network, as we are a growing network. Bobby McNeely will be joining me in studio next week here as we cover everything when it comes to Washington, D.C., America First, and national news as well. A lot of people tuning in and streaming into Right Side as we expand here at the network. So if you'd like to donate to the network at all you do is text Trump to actually text RSBN to 801-801. So text RSBN to 801-801. All of the lights, the cameras, the travel, everything you see happening here at the network. If you'd like, please donate. We're not bought and paid for by any woke corporations. We are all about we the people, and that's who we have as great sponsors, and you, the viewer, who really have been with us every step of the way since 2015. Let's get back there to Washington, D.C., as we are really glad to bring you this live coverage here on the network. As you see there, the White House, the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, is in the building there. And as soon as we see the feed from the President-elect, Donald Trump, walking into that White House, we will show you that here live, as it is 9:39 on the East Coast, 6:39 for those of you watching on the West Coast, January 20th, 2025. Again, thank you so much for joining us as we look forward to seeing President Trump sign more than 200 executive orders today. Let's get to some of those specifics once again. He will also terminate Biden orders on energy drilling restrictions. We're seeing he will return federal workers to in-person work, pause all offshore wind leases. He will also sign an executive order to end DEI hiring practices in the federal government only. He'll withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord. So the list goes on. That, according to Fox, and that on Eric Daugherty with Florida Voice News as well. Steve Bannon also posting that, calling it Days of Thunder. So a lot going on today. We'll bring you all of the specifics as we get it. Also, a revolution of common sense will be discussed and shared with the American people from President Trump in his inaugural address today. We do know that that report coming from our RSBN network right here, where we saw a number of the quotes from various media outlets, but also the fact that I witnessed that today on our Truth Social accounts. So if you're on Truth Social, go ahead and follow us at RSBN. And if you're on X, it's at RSB Network. Again, thank you so much for watching us on Rumble, our preferred choice. And those of you watching on X or YouTube or others, thank you so much for streaming in. It's time to send this link out to as many people as you can to watch this live coverage today as we bring you wall-to-wall coverage. And also, it's wonderful to have the extended time to not have to always go to a commercial break, because especially on days like this where there's so much news going on, obviously sponsors are near and dear to the media because it's part of paying the bills. But the point is, the sponsors here at our network are conservative, patriotic sponsors. So we love to work alongside with them as well and share their great products, because at the end of the day, that is some in a small business or larger businesses that help our economy. But today, it would be great to see RSBN's Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler and Christina Loren out there live interviewing We the People. So as soon as I get the directive, we will be going there to hear from Everyday America. And Everyday America is, as the RNC had it over the summer, it was about the everyday Americans. And we saw people on stage speaking to the world, and at least to the nation, at the RNC, people that have all sorts of industrial jobs and all sorts of white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter collar. The point is, we're all in this together. I am an everyday American. I am a guy in a suit, but I am just like you in many ways as we the people. So looking forward to bringing you this coverage. That place is going to be electric today because it's the ceremony of the inauguration will be shown on the Jumbotron there. You know, if you think about what that'll be like as we all watch it together, I'll watch it right there with you. We'll all be watching. But when President Trump puts his hand on that Bible and swears the oath of office by Chief Justice John Roberts leading him in that, I'm picturing the people at the Capital One Arena that are witnessing history in the making. And everybody standing up, everyone quiet. I'm sure there will be tears in the eyes of people there. It will be just a very powerful moment as we celebrate the right turn for our country. And as we see the many actions President Trump will take today. I mean, he's literally making America great again on day one. It's happening before our eyes. And also, stick with Right Side Broadcasting Network, not only today, but through this week and on, as we cover the reform of America. Colonial Metals Group is an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as well, bringing you this live coverage. Colonial Metals Group. So all you do is go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN for more information on Colonial Metals Group. Always good to have gold as a backup to our dollar. Also, you can protect your IRA and your 401k with gold. 100% tax-free situation there. It's pretty awesome stuff, as you can scan your QR code to receive that free 2025 gold guide now. Also, you can go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. So awesome to see the amount of people jumping onto our live stream right now, especially on Rumble and wherever you're watching. Thank you so much for doing so, as we will be going to Capital One Arena here shortly. We started our broadcast at 7:30 this morning, at 7:30 Eastern, bright and early here, 4:30 out there on the West Coast. But, you know, working in news over the years, there's that morning shift, there's that day shift and evening shift, and sometimes there's all three shifts, because at the end of the day, bringing the live coverage is what it's all about here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we love all three shifts, and will gladly work all three shifts as we look forward to bringing you this live coverage. Again, Bobby and Megan, they'll be not only at Capital One Arena today, they'll also be at the Liberty Ball later tonight. So we'll have a second live broadcast for you. This is our first stream that will go all the way through until the end of the day. And then at 6:30 Eastern, we'll have a different stream, so a different link for you to click on to watch all of our live coverage of the inaugural balls. It's going to be absolutely awesome. President Trump set to deliver remarks at both of those tonight. But let's rewind and stay right here at 9:45 Eastern time as we get ready to approach that 10 o'clock hour. And we're hearing that around 10:30, we'll be able to get a live look, I believe, inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. So we're going to have all of that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll see all of the great moments. Carrie Underwood to sing, Christopher Macchio to sing. So the opera singer will sing the national anthem. He also performed at the second Butler rally, and also many other events for the president. So it'll be great to hear him sing some awesome songs. As you know, President Trump loves music and is always DJ T at various Mar-a-Lago events on his laptop. I remember watching one of the videos when he was in his golf cart in West Palm Beach, and he was playing some music, and one of the people had their phone and was recording him, came up to the president, and President Trump was a average person in the sense of us, we the people, somebody that's an outsider. Obviously, he's not average in any stretch of the imagination. He is the one of the greatest presidents, the greatest president of our lifetime. But obviously, anyway, so he played a song there for the person watching and listening and experiencing it, and it just kind of kicking it with them. And that's what we want these days. We want someone that's real, genuine, authentic, and that's what we've grown accustomed to. And that's part of the reason why so many people voted for President Trump. Not only will he do great things for our country like he did in the first administration, he's also a fun person to be around, and that magnetic personality even on television. So he's got it going on. So that's why obviously he is the second Trump 2.0, the second administration coming up here for our country, and well liked and respected by world leaders. If you remember, after November 5th, on my Truth Social page, I posted, I think, about 18 posts from X accounts and other posts from world leaders, Viktor Orban or Jair Bolsonaro, or a lot of numbers of people there that I posted about just being very happy about President Trump winning, the leader of Nigeria. I mean, there's so, in some ways he is over there in the UK with Reform UK, but everyone posting great things. The Chinese president even talking with President Trump. I'm sure the others that he's spoken to recently, including the now stepped down Justin Trudeau. I mean, everything he does is either good it's going to be good for the country. And then outside of that, it seems as if the world kind of follows suit with what President Trump is up to. So standing for we the people and standing for the free world as well. I think that President Trump understands that very well, that yes, this is America first, and yes, this is about we the people, but this is about people and freedom in general. So if it reflects and if it ripples to the rest of the world, that's a great thing as well, right? So great to see more of that, and the country being restored, the republic being restored to common sense and strength as we get ready to go live to the White House there, as the president-elect will be pulling up, I believe in a few minutes. We'll bring you that live coverage as he and Melania Trump, the incoming First Lady, will have tea with the outgoing Biden administration. So we started the day with our coverage from John's Episcopal Church in D.C., where, again, it's a long-time tradition for President-elect, the Presidents-elect to attend service there. Is a church that's not too far from Lafayette Park, which is right near the White House. Then from there, the tea time that they'll have, not golf, but the drink tea, of course, at the White House with Joe Biden and Jill Biden. And then after that, it'll be off to Capitol Hill for the U.S. Capitol building and the great moments that are going to be unfolding and appearing right here live, wall to wall on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then from there, we know that the president will be sworn in and do the oath of office. And then he will have his inaugural address. Again, part of it, a revolution of common sense he'll be touching on. Again, we do know that this happened in 1985, the last time there was a president inaugurated inside the U.S. Rotunda, U.S. Capitol Rotunda. Also, the official swearing in will take place at noon. So we are 2 hours and 9 minutes, 2 hours and 9 minutes from the 47th Commander-in-Chief being sworn into office, and we're going to enjoy watching that moment right here on Right Side. We're about to go to RSBN's Bobby McNeely and RSBN's Megan Kohler, Christina Loren as well out there for us, live coverage all throughout Washington, D.C. And if you've watched our live coverage over the past few days, a lot of great patriots there in Washington and getting ready to witness this historic event, whether it's in Capital One Arena at the viewing party or if it's at the network, Right Side Broadcasting Network, our network right here, streaming live throughout the country and throughout the world. We do have some global viewers, so to any of you watching right now, hello to you. Thank you so much for watching anywhere in the world. But we do know that from the after the U.S. Capitol inauguration ceremony, from there will be a formal farewell of the outgoing president. And again, today, all about official proceedings and action and celebration. So official proceedings, action, and celebration. You're about to see all three of those happen right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Let's get ready to go to Capital One Arena. It is time to get excited because we're about 2 hours and 8 minutes away from the 47th Commander-in-Chief taking over in our country. Let's go now to Bobby McNeely and Megan Kohler.
Welcome to 10NG, right outside of Capital One Arena for Liberation Day. It's Martin Luther King Day as well in the United States, and also the College Football National Championship between the Fighting Irish and The Ohio State University Buckeyes. I'm Bobby McNeely with the lovely Megan Kohler, bringing you unbridled coverage of this beautiful inauguration day, the 60th presidential inauguration, 2025, President Trump in just a couple of hours precisely being inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States.
The watch party to see President Trump get sworn in as our 47th president of the United States. He's overcome all kinds of obstacles. The deep state has tried to ruin his businesses, put him through the court system, weaponize weaponize the judicial system against him, the justice system. And it has just been trials and tribulations thus far, but things had to get worse before they got better. And now so many people have waken up to the lies of the left, the lies of the Democrats, the lies of the globalists. And here we are standing for freedom. President Trump is going to sign many executive orders today.
And in his administration continuing in its waning hours as he has issued preemptive pardons for General Milley, Dr. Fear, Anthony Fauci, and also Liz Cheney. Very interesting because traditionally, if you are issued a pardon or a commutation by a president, it's for something that you've been convicted of. So very interesting to see that he would do this. I assume that guilt may be on their consciences because of what they did to the American people over the course of the last 4 years. Today, such a relief for so many. The J6 prisoners especially will be free in several hours as President Trump pledging that commitment of commuting them and pardoning them when in southern border, rebuild that beautiful wall, and also to work on that new legislation coming across through the Senate and the House with the Laken-Riley Act, and to stop the DEI wokeness and to stop the
for freedom and faith and family and the bravery of Americans, and especially President. And I was handed a constitution from C-SPAN. I was handed a book. They're handing out some books. And then there's people also signing petitions to stop the CCP, to take down the CCP, Chinese Communist Party. So people are excited, people are jazzed up, and people are standing up for what they believe in, and it's sparking interest across the world.
So much excitement this morning as I went through 6 and H, the press entrance, and have been in the stadium today, and everyone just giving compliments, being very friendly. Some people being out here since 11:30 last night in the frigid cold temperatures to see all of the inaugural parade and ceremonies inside of the Capital One Arena, and even some police officers, DHS, local police, the Metropolitan Police, also Secret Service, saying everyone's in such a good spirits because this is, yes, Liberation Day, a long-awaited time, 4 years later, this journey that President Trump and his family have taken. They are currently enjoying a beautiful traditional service at St. John the Evangelist Episcopalian Church across from the White House. Every president has worshiped there or attended service since James Madison. Such great traditions and fanfare in the beautiful city of Washington on this sunny but chilly morning. After the Vances and Trumps enjoy that service, President and Mrs. Donald Trump will be headed over to have tea with the Bidens, and then, of course, will be en route via motorcade to the United States Capitol to take the oath of office.
And you're not going to want to miss a single minute of it, so make sure you stay tuned. We're here with RSBN all day long to show you everything that's happening on this wonderful inauguration day that we've been waiting for 4 long years. And it was a really long year, 4 years with the Bidens in office. They did some damage to the American people, and everyone was feeling it, left, right, and center. You could not deny what the Biden administration did was detrimental to the American people.
Now let's head over, if we can, and maybe go talk to some of the people in line and get some of their reactions about how they're feeling on such a wonderful day today, January 20th, 2025. And I'll talk about some history as we walk on over there. The Blair House is where President Trump and the Trump family are staying. Now, the Blair House, Harry Truman actually stayed there for a period of time as the White House was being renovated. So a great tradition as well for that to be the retreat house. And it became the retreat house as a result of Winston Churchill when he was staying at the White House trying to find FDR in the middle of the night with a lit cigar in roughly 1942, 1943, saying, "Where are you, Franklin? Where are you, Franklin?" And finally, FDR decided we really need to convert that home across the White House into a guest retreat for foreign dignitaries. So former presidents and foreign heads of state enjoy the very exclusive hotel that is the Blair House, and the entire Trump family enjoying those amenities before the inaugural ceremony. So let's jump in and talk to some folks over here. Hey, ma'am, how are you? Are you excited to see President Trump inaugurated to a second term?
Yes, absolutely. Hi. Yes.
Tell us where you're from and how long you've been hanging out today.
We're from Kentucky, me and my friend Kathy, and we've been here since Sunday. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
Taking in the sights, the museums. How often do you come to D.C.?
It's my first time.
Okay, wonderful.
So, yeah, and totally here for the inauguration events.
And what a beautiful day to celebrate this, really the end of lawfare, the end of corruption, and a new golden era for America. It's morning again in America. 40 years ago, President Reagan was inaugurated for a second term inside the Capitol Rotunda. So another coincidence that he has the Gipper with the great people's president, Donald Trump.
Yes, we love that, and we're just proud to be Americans. We're proud to be here and to be able to enjoy this opportunity. It's amazing. We're ready for President Trump.
And how long have you been waiting to enjoy the festivities this morning?
A couple hours, just hanging out. Yesterday we checked everything out and did a test run closer, but we may not make it, but we're here, so why not try?
You know, I enjoy the spirit and the enthusiasm of so many people who are coming to the rally. I even got inside the stadium as we were getting through the press line, and even the police officers commenting that everyone is so nice and in such good spirits, even if they've been waiting for long and long in the frigid air. But we're lucky to have some sun this morning.
Yes, it's wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Well, God bless. Enjoy today and enjoy your first time in Washington, D.C. Hey, Kathy, I know you're filming here, but what are you most excited about today to see President Trump inaugurate to a second term?
Just a new start, the new golden era, and just so excited, so proud of him. Just want to, I can't be overjoyed enough. This has just been, I've been waiting for this for 4 years.
We hear the music and the festivities, USA, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And President Trump spoke on that at his big MAGA rally in the Capital One Arena last night as well.
We didn't get to attend it, but we watched it last night, and man, would I like to have been there. So go Trump.
It's a morning in America again. Thank you for your time, ladies. Enjoy all the proceedings.
Thank you.
And what a wonderful inauguration day it is. It's truly a time to celebrate. So why not celebrate with some Republican red wine? How about that? So whether you prefer white, red, or sparkling, Republican Red Winery has a wine for you with labels that your conservative friends and family will love. Here's what you need to know about America's favorite winery. Republican Red Winery was established in 2020 to give Republicans a way to signal their beliefs and inspire lively conversations. Since then, over 50,000 customers agree that the patriotic labels are a hit and the quality of wine is outstanding. Republican Red Winery is a family-run, operated, dedicated to preserving conservative values. In fact, sale proceeds are used to fund Republican and conservative organizations across the country so they can continue to have great impacts on our communities and our elections. The wines are only available at republicanred.com. Order now and your bottles will be shipped right to your doorstep. To our fellow RSBN viewers, we'd like to give you an exclusive discount code to help secure your bottles. So simply enter the code RSBN at checkout to receive an additional $5 off. Act now, so visit republicanred.com to select your wines today. Again, that is republicanred.com to select your wines today. Again, that is republicanred.com. Wine for the right side. And it is truly a time to celebrate. Wine for the right side. And it is truly a time to celebrate. So why don't you get some Republican Red, put together a party, invite all your friends and family over, and celebrate.
You know, I wonder if that collection will be added to the Blair House, as I heard that there's some very special wines that are on reserve at that lovely hotel where the Trumps are staying, the Blair House, right across from the White House. We know that President Trump abstains from alcohol, but perhaps Republican Red can be added to that list over the coming years. And we're so excited for today. We'll give you an outline that President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump celebrating with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and Second Lady Usha Vance and their beautiful children as well, the family members attending that traditional service at St. John the Evangelist, the Episcopalian Church across from the White House. Every president has worshiped there since James Madison, a wonderful tradition. They will then go to enjoy tea with the Bidens at the White House and then the motorcade on over down Pennsylvania Avenue to that Capitol Rotunda where President Trump will be sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. And so interesting because we're going to have tech CEOs there, including Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, the TikTok CEO as well, Tim Cook from Apple. So many of them donating to the inaugural committee. It seems as if it's time to be on the Trump train. And so interesting that even Snoop Dogg was DJing apparently an inaugural.
Our understanding that they were supporting the radical left agenda, like celebrities I'm referring to, and then they realized that the American people do not want it. The American people are rejecting the lies of the Democrats, the Democrat policies that have been so horrible for the American people. And now they're realizing, you know what, Donald Trump makes a lot of sense. And they're being brave enough to stand up and come over and support Donald Trump. And I just want to make sure that we never forget what they did, though.
Absolutely.
Forgive but never forget. How about that? Because you can't stage an assassination attempt in your music video and then come over here and DJ at a crypto event. And I'm not going to forget that, because that's our dear president, and you did that back in, what was that, 7 or 8 years ago. So happy Snoop Dogg is coming around, but I will not forget what he did in that video.
Well, you have a situation, it's just like the great communicator, the Gipper, Ronald Reagan. Trust but verify. People have been red-pilled. They're waking up to it's we the people versus a bloated bureaucracy. That's why you have so many people waiting outside here to get back into the Capital One Arena after that great MAGA rally last night for all the parade and proceedings which will take place behind us today, and even some signing of executive orders. So people have been standing out since early morning hours, everyone in good spirits, and we'll talk to some folks who are really enjoying it today. Let's see if we can jump on in. Hey, ma'am, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited to see President Trump today?
Oh, yes, I am.
Where are you coming from?
California.
Fantastic. A little bit warmer out there.
It is, yes, it is. California, Los Angeles.
Now, have you been affected by any of the wildfires? We're so sorry about everything that's happening in Southern California.
So bad. The air quality is so poor.
Common sense approach of Donald Trump.
He sucks. The California is ugly now. California used to be beautiful. But I love Donald J. Trump, so I'm glad he won. And we won a landslide.
We really did. So how have you been involved in politics? How did you come about to wanting to support President Trump as a California resident?
Because this Biden administration sucks. And I just love, this is the first time I ever felt like a U.S. citizen. A U.S. citizen when Donald J. Trump was the president of 2016 to 2020. And then from 2020, this last administration, Biden, it was very poor. You can see the segregation. Yes, but I love Donald J. Trump.
Who is this gentleman right here?
Oh, my name is Adun. This is my niece.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and I flew from Manila to here. Just to attend the inauguration.
All the way from Manila. Welcome, sir.
Yeah.
You know what's so interesting is we've seen so many family members out enjoying great time together, and this is such a significant day. Not only the inauguration, but also Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We remember his memory and all he fought for. And President Trump pledged yesterday from the Capital One Arena, he will release all of the CIA, FBI files, all of the government files on the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and also Martin Luther King.
Wow, wouldn't that be interesting?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I'm sure every American is waiting to hear the truth about all of these assassinations.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, no question about that, because we want truth and transparency.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. I mean, this is exactly the reason why we've been fighting for Trump even before. You know, the transparency, the governance. You know, so yeah, we're very happy, and I'm actually very happy flying in to attend the inauguration. I mean, frozen. I don't care to be frozen to death here. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Well, it's an exciting time for the American people, for the world. It's peace through strength. It's a second term for President Trump. Please enjoy your time in Washington. God bless you. Thanks for making the travels.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Stay warm out there.
Thank you.
And you can see we can even have international media here as well. And we've really had it throughout the week, whether that be at the Capitol or here at the Capital One Arena or even near the White House. So everyone's eyes on this little corner of the world, Washington, D.C., this federal city that every president since John Adams has lived at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, aptly named after the father of our country, General George Washington. And like General Washington, President Trump, and he has returned to set the record straight and to really put in common sense principles that will make America great.
Historical day in United States history, and everyone across the globe is taking notice of what we are doing here, standing up for free. Today is the day we're closing the southern border. We're going to start mass deportations of criminal, illegal immigrants, and our communities are going to be safe.
I'm taking in every second of this, Megan, seeing these wonderful people really staying out here for hours and hours, facing the frigid cold temperatures to be only, or the second man to serve 2 non-consecutive terms.
That's right.
In office. And we're going to talk to some more MAGA.
And I'm Ashley.
I'm from Cleveland too, so what a nice surprise. Yeah, East Side, baby. Okay. So you came all the way to Washington, D.C.
Trump, we've always supported him. We haven't been to any rallies, but we figured today's the most important day.
Back in 2016 as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So we, in the state of Ohio, we were considered a swing state that election. And then this year, for 2024, the election season, we were considered just solid red. I mean, we didn't have any Trump rallies in Ohio. But yeah, so it's a little bit different now in the state of Ohio. What do you think about Bernie Moreno as our U.S. Senator kicking out Sherrod Brown, who is there from... That's great.
We love him.
He became such a successful businessman in the car industry in the Cleveland area, and he was a Colombian immigrant in Ohio, a wonderful patriot from Cleveland, Ohio, just like us three. So it's going to be wonderful for the state. And then also Vivek Ramaswamy.
And I think he would do an amazing job.
Yeah, I agree. I also like DeWine, though, too, so...
DeWine has done a fine job as well. I do think that Vivek is so on board with the MAGA agenda and being on the Trump train, and I think he'd be great for business in Ohio because Ohio, and especially Cleveland, we used to be a powerhouse. About 100 years ago. Cleveland and the Rockefellers were very involved. Some of the Rockefellers were buried in the Cleveland area. So we used to be a huge city in the United States, and I think it's time for a revitalization of Cleveland and the rest of Ohio too.
Absolutely, yeah. We love Cleveland. It's home, and we want to see it grow and thrive.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what are you most excited to see from President Trump today?
I mean, just being back home in the White House.
Yeah, coming back home and making America great again.
Perfect. And then what's your favorite policy and any final thoughts?
Definitely the immigration policy. We need much change on that for sure.
Yeah, I would agree. Immigration as well.
Wonderful. Today's the day we're closing the southern border, and mass deportations of illegal immigrants will be beginning, and our communities are going to be safe. Amen to that. And it's a wonderful day here in the United States. So thanks for joining. And then we're here with RSBN. So if there's anything else you'd like to say with our viewers, just let us know.
God bless America.
Yeah, God bless America.
Thank you so much, and enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Cleveland, Ohio Patriots all joining together, coming down to Washington, D.C. to celebrate our great president.
No, Megan, I think the only thing we're going to disagree on today will come later tonight when the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame will crush the Ohio State Buckeyes. But we have to have some fun. This is quite... That's a look I haven't seen before, but quite a day of celebration. President Trump being inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States, J.D. Vance as the 50th Vice President of the United States at 40 years young, a millennial taking office at the second highest in command in our great country. Of course, Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer that oath to J.D. Vance, and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, will administer the oath of office to the President of the United States, Donald John Trump, thereafter.
What an action-packed day we have ahead of us. I could barely sleep last night. I don't know about you. I was too excited. I was like, this is the beginning of our golden age. This is all of our hard work is finally paying off to get President Trump back in the White House, his wonderful administration, his powerhouse team he's putting together to enact his America First agenda. And they're ready to get hit the ground running and start getting to work. President Trump said he's not waiting weeks and months to start enacting some of these executive orders. He said day one, we're going to start signing everything because we're not going to wait. We're not going to say, oh, we'll do it next week or the week after, because it won't get done. So let's get things done now. He's all about efficiency. He's all about results. He's all about being productive. And that's exactly what he's doing today in the White House.
It's morning again in America, and just like 40 years ago, on a brisk January day in 1985 when Ronald Reagan took his second inaugural oath. President Donald Trump, just like the great communicator and the Gipper, as the people's president, will be coming back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. A win for the Constitution, a win for civil rights on a day that we celebrate civil rights and the great legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. And just yesterday, the Capital One Arena to my right, President Trump has made another promise that he will release all of the details from the federal government within FBI and CIA documents regarding the assassinations of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, RFK Sr., and also Martin Luther King Jr. It's about time that transparency comes to the American people.
I think that was a jaw-dropping moment for everyone in the arena last night when President Trump announced that. That is going to be huge for transparency to the American people because there's so many unsolved mysteries in people's minds about what happened with these assassinations. The American people deserve to know what happened. And I think there's going to be a lot of people waking up to the lies of what we've been told about these assassinations.
So much transparency and truth forthcoming under a new Trump administration. And let's talk to some folks out here who are, doing their freedom of speech and speaking. Sir, you're holding up pro-life activism here, and thank you for doing such a thing, and sorry to interrupt that for a moment, but just share some of your thoughts on this day, a day we celebrate civil rights and Martin Luther King, and also the most important right, life to liberty, right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, of course. So we're with Created Equal, and we're here because we still have a crisis in this country, and that's the senseless killing of innocent children. So whether or not we want to realize it, there's babies dying, thousands of babies dying every day. And that's because we as a country, we still support elective abortion. We still support women having the choice to kill their babies in the womb, and that's not fair. Everybody in this country is created equal, and we all deserve a right to life. And to say that it's okay in any situation to take a child's life because the mother doesn't want to care for it or any other reason is fundamentally against what we are for in this country. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You can see my hat, it's Created Equal in Spanish. We're with Created Equal in Columbus, Ohio. We just want to say that we're here for that purpose, and really not everybody in the Make America Great Again movement is pro-life. We want everybody to be completely pro-life and to be against abortion in all cases.
Is your organization itself fighting for a national abortion ban, or focusing more on going state by state, or all of the above?
All of the above. So any measure that would ban abortion, either nationally, statewide level, that's what we're for, because we want to support anything that will stop this killing in this country.
Well, thank you for being out here in the frigid temperature, celebrating Inauguration Day, and also your freedom of speech.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. And that's what our country's all about, Megan. It's coming out here and peacefully and patriotically sharing your feelings as an American citizen, especially that right to life. And it's enshrined in our founding documents, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, written by Thomas Jefferson, allowing God to pour through his hand and his mind as he wrote down those immortal words that we've lived by for nearly 250 years now, an unbroken chain of 45 men, but 47 presidents who have really sought to serve the country, really with the exception of a handful, including the one that is leaving today, a man really driven by a bloated bureaucracy, driven by a deep state, 50 years entrenched in Washington, and President Trump showing his fortitude in this last decade, being a citizen servant, being a great businessman, using those skills to get to 1600 Pennsylvania to make a difference for the American people.
That's exactly right. And I'd like to point out this sign over here, if you'd follow me. Can we show your sign on TV? Okay. So the Democrats like to say that this is not a real human life. And you could see the baby's organs are forming, their brain, their eyes, their fingers. When the Democrats find one cell on Mars, they're saying that's life. We found life on Mars. And then they try to say that this is not a human life. That's absolute hypocrisy. That makes no sense. These are human babies that are formed in the womb. These babies are alive. And the Democrats want to basically dehumanize these babies by calling them fetuses, saying that they're not living until they're born, and they have turned to extremely radical left abortion bills where basically you can perform an abortion all the way up until birth, and because the Democrats have taken it way too far. And the way they do things is they start in one place and then they say, oh, it's just a little bit more, it's just a little bit more. So that's how they ended up with their abortion up until birth policies, and then sometimes even after birth policies. So they truly are pro-death. It's not pro-choice, it's pro-death. So I had to point that picture out because, like I said, the Democrats want to say if they found one cell on Mars, that's life. And they're trying to say that's not a human life.
Well, an excellent point. And we have Rebecca over here who came and said hello. She's out here with her brother. We're trying to find her brother. So,
hey, Rebecca.
Sir, if you're watching, your sister Rebecca is here at 10 and G. And you're braving the cold and out here to see President Trump. What are you most excited about with the inaugural ceremonies today? And what are you most excited about with the 200-plus executive orders he has announced that will be happening, my goodness, in about an hour and a half or so?
Well, yesterday we were in line and about noon o'clock, everyone started saying one more day. So we're very excited for him to get into office. And he's always been true to his word. And so the whole nation saw that, and that's why they voted. But we're excited to see justice brought back in the land. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. Accountability. We're excited to see just righteousness kind of brought back into the land. We are founded on a nation that serves the Lord, and we still are people that serve the Lord. So it's exciting to see people line up and create laws and legislation, but also just to have a society that can be able to live freely with peace and excitement to serve God and to do what's right and to love one another. So.
You know what struck me with this morning, and actually yesterday too, it's much colder today than it was yesterday. Walking through the press area, so we had to go down 6 and H. I went into the stadium this morning in Capital One, and I was commenting, Secret Service was commenting that everyone is in such good spirits. Some people have been out here since 11:30 last night waiting to see President Trump and the parade that will take place on the inside of the arena. How long have you been out here today?
So yesterday we came out about 5 a.m. And we actually didn't get in, and then last minute we did. So it was like such a victory moment. And we're here again today. I mean, we're going to be here as long as we can possibly be here. But it is a victory. I mean, people have said that they've been waiting since November. We've been waiting for 4 years, 8 years, so, I mean, everyone's super excited about this.
And President Trump pledging that the J6 prisoners will be, their sentences commutated or pardoned later today. So freedom for those who did not have a speedy trial, which is guaranteed in our Bill of Rights, the Sixth Amendment.
That's awesome. Yeah, we've been praying a lot for people and just, that things get realigned right. Justice brought, and anything that's been kind of crooked or confusing that's not been true, that gets realigned.
Natural order and natural law coming back into play as President Trump truly is the people's president for this moment. Rebecca, have a wonderful time in D.C. And, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to find the viewers, and thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing, all of our content. We deeply appreciate it. Absolutely. God bless you. Definitely. Take care. Megan has someone to speak with as well.
Hi there. We have a beauty queen who'd like to say something to our RSBN viewers. So where are you from and what's your name?
I'm from Yuma, Arizona. My name's Isabel Nichols.
Wow, you came pretty far over here to Washington, D.C. for this event. So tell us about your support for President Trump and what you'd like to see today.
I'm just super excited to see what's to come. His first term was really great, and I'm excited with all the promises he's made this past campaign of his, and I think we all have a sense of hope for our country. It's been a very scary 4 years, especially the last 2. So I'm excited for a sense of hope and be able to buy a house one day.
That's right. All of us young people want to live the American dream like our parents and grandparents and great-parents got to. So, of course, it's getting increasingly harder and harder to do so because of this Bidenomics. The economy is shot because of the Democrat policies. But President Trump's going to fix that. We're going to drill, baby, drill and bring down inflation. That's first and foremost. And then, of course, the economy is going to be booming. I mean, the stock market's already roaring because of President Trump getting elected. So it's going to be exciting. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the RSBN viewers today?
When it comes to illegal immigration, I'm so excited for it to stop because my parents, my grandparents came over from Mexico, and it's not fair to them for everything that they've done. They had work visas, work in the fields. It's not fair to them to be able to sit there and watch people come in. I live right on the border, so we saw it from day one, and it's a real thing, and people need to stop it. It needs to be done. Yeah.
Right. So you get to see it firsthand because you said you live right on the border and your parents and grandparents came from Mexico the legal way, and it was a lot of work and had to take their citizenship test, which I'm sure they had to study for. So there's a lot that goes into this, and going through the legal process, it's a lot of hard work, but it's worth it. And then you see these other people just running over and getting everything handed to them. I would be also very upset by that. So I can see why that makes a lot of sense to you and your family. So thanks for sharing that. And is there anything else you'd like to say to President Trump, because he actually watches us a lot?
Well, I'm super excited. We're praying for you all the time. Rosary's going your way. But you're always in our hearts. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and enjoy. Have fun today. She's heading into the arena. It's going to be a wonderful day here in America.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your name was?
Megan.
Megan, nice to meet you.
With RSBN, so check it out.
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just noticed a T-shirt that says "Truth really upsets many people." So Trump, and in some cases, that's true for the far left or those who have opposed common sense principles, those 20 promises President Trump made during the campaign, which was adopted by the Republican National Committee at their convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, back in July, a much warmer time. I know you were there enjoying all that wonderful convention had to offer. And really, for the first time in my lifetime, with the Trump effect, it seems as if the Republican Party is that big tent party, very similar to what President Ronald Reagan wanted to create in that movement of the Reagan right. This is now the Trump populist right, the Trump common sense people, Republican and Democrat, coming together to support the MAGA agenda. And we've seen this even with legislators. Senator John Fetterman saying he will support Marco Rubio in a likely vote today to become the next Secretary of State.
Wonderful. And I would just love to point out how immigration process with the proper steps, and it's not easy, it's a lot of work, but it's obviously worth it to become an American citizen, and that goes to a great country. And then they're looking around at all these other people coming through the Mexican southern border and just getting everything handed to them, and they don't see it with their own eyes. So it's great to hear perspective from someone like that.
Well, and I think about the families like Jocelyn Nungary, Lake's roommates, really sisters to her, gave their victim impact statements to that.
Look at this motorcade.
And
so
this
it's
where
getting on
would have
Pennsylvania now.
this would be the parade route had they not.
This is
moved
where the
everything
parade route
inside.
ends. So maybe they're going to duplicate it in the opposite direction because that's where ultimately it ends there near Lafayette Park. On the other side of Lafayette Park is St. John's Church where they were. So this is pretty cool with technology. We didn't have these kinds of shots.
Yeah, you can tell that's a truck there. That
We got about every angle. So they're turning on 15th. The Treasury Department is right there.
You see the Washington Monument in the background.
Mm-hmm. It's awesome to follow along.
The wheels are in motion on the transfer of power, so we speak.
But by the way, John, let's not forget, Joe Biden is president for another hour and 19 minutes or so. And he literally could be signing, could have just signed some pardons. There could be some pardons that are teed up. This sometimes goes down to the minute. I remember Donald Trump was still pardoning people on January 20th, 2021. And so we've seen some pardons preemptively with Dr. Fauci and members of the J6 committee. It looks like they're going to now make that left turn and get onto Pennsylvania. You mentioned the parade route. So what might be nice for some of the MAGA supporters and America First supporters who came from all around the country who want to wait out there, that looks like a handful, but now it mostly looks like photographers and stuff. It's really fortified, so it's hard to get too close to this. You see, it looks like there's some real people there and some signs. So maybe they're getting to see the motorcade at least. But in previous cycles, when we saw presidents of both parties, They don't do it for the whole walk, obviously, but they'll walk for 1 or 2 blocks. You're just not going to see that in this modern era.
You probably not. You're not. Maybe never see that again. We saw famously with Donald Trump's
he did
first
it last
inauguration.
Night, in 2017.
Something that Jimmy Carter actually.
And by the way, they're going past the Waldorf Astoria, as it's now called, and then the Justice Department, where there's been, boy, a lot of controversy. But the Waldorf Astoria used to be the Trump Hotel. Trump family is thinking about buying the Waldorf Astoria back, so that their family and friends and supporters will have a Trump hotel back in Washington.
Restored to its Trump status. Might as well have the name as well.
There we are. And it's just remarkable to think about that presidential conversation. As you said, it's a select club. And now Donald Trump will be coming in as the 47th president. But we haven't had 47 presidents because we've had a couple that had different presidencies now. And not consecutively. And so that shot is just incredible. You can see some people, but it's a smattering of people. A lot of the Trump supporters, John, will be heading over to Capital One Arena right now.
And some of those folks were out there all night last night in the freezing cold just to make sure they could secure a spot inside the Capital One Arena rally. And
yeah, and he may, what we're hearing is that some of the executive orders will be signed, potentially. Beautiful executive orders.
And I think a lot of our audience might remember the executive orders from the first time around. Trump would hold up the signature and show everyone, do a lot of those in the White House. But maybe he could do it in the arena, Ed, and they can get the wave going.
There's talk this morning.
In between executive orders, get the wave going.
and that he'll also, of course, sign some when he makes it to the White House. The current schedule has... let's see, arriving at the Capitol was supposed to be about 10 minutes ago. So they're obviously just a few minutes behind. And then J.D. Vance will be sworn in first. And that's still about 45 congressional leaders of both parties, of course. Vance is sworn in first as vice president. Donald Trump is expected to be police department. And there had been these stories that Washington, a very Democrat city, and some of the local police officers refused to come to work today. And were saying the other day they did not want to protect the inauguration of Donald Trump, which obviously seems like a shameful move.
Yeah, that's a perfect word for it, considering, the importance of this day and the importance of keeping the city
and it's not just protecting Donald Trump;
right,
it's protecting
the people of the city.
Joe Biden and his family who were here. And boy, we're getting shots that we don't normally see of this journey that is just incredible. Wow, the majesty of this office. And let's not forget, I always hear people say, John, this is the greatest political comeback in American history. I don't think it's political. I think it's the greatest comeback maybe in the world. I mean, this is a man after January 6th. I remember seeing him in private, Donald Trump, right after he left office in Florida in early 2021. And he looked like a defeated man, literally and figuratively. And a lot of fellow Republicans were saying, DeSantis is the future. This guy's got to get out of the way. January 6th was shameful. And now, John, not only has he been restored to power, but a lot of these January 6th defendants are about to be pardoned. And after 4 years, people have finally woken up and said, wait a second, they were over-prosecuted and persecuted.
Yes.
And this is going to be, we've been talking about the border and those other important executive orders, but the pardons that we expect, in addition, executive action, not an executive order, pardons of J6 defendants, that's going to be very powerful as well.
In Joe Biden's pardons today, he was careful to pardon any of the Metro police or Capitol police that testified in that investigation. Part of this is really finding out what happened.
Including Detective Byrd, who killed Ashley Babbitt.
And part of the desire to find out exactly what happened on January 6th, we've seen the video of police officers opening the doors, moving out of the way. What actually happened? Why did the National Guard not show up? What is the real reason why? What are the
officers who allowed them, and invited them to trespass is the question. Now those officers who were in the 6th committee now have been pardoned by Joe Biden.
And for them too, that is an admission of guilt, as we've seen, and it's been enforced by the person who won't face any criminal charges. Is a very interesting, weird dynamic.
Look at those fences, by the way. As we bring in our colleague house area and have made this, I don't want to exaggerate and say it's an armed camp, but it's having covered all of this for many years. This is a much more intense security posture, Bianca, than we've ever seen.
Yeah, it's definitely fortified. That's kind of an adjective I would use as we watch them go in now through the other series as they're getting closer to approaching the Capitol. And, I also, thinking about what those conversations are, these are the final moments that these leaders will be sitting in this close proximity. So you can imagine they're fraught with probably more sadness. Please stop feeling angry after being forced out. That said, as we look towards the procession of motorcades here and also the pretty cool pool cameras that are giving us an incredible vantage point. So despite all the heavy security, which indeed we know is happening from what we can see and what we can't see, we still are capturing these incredible pictures here of the rotunda, where only a select 800 people will be inside to actually watch it. And I do think it's significant that the First Ladies, incoming and outcoming, did share space together. Shows what we are looking for. That is the dignified transfer. And Joe Biden right there is the first to get out on her side. And she has been somebody who they say she was the one that kept Biden in the race. And there he is, Biden himself, exiting the motorcade, entering in. Joe Biden himself. Lots of cameras. Every minute, every second will be captured. So if there is any type of tension, as we also know that JD and Kamala, who you see there on the far left of your screen, just wrote in there, any facial expressions, with all the cameras there, they will not go unnoticed by the pool.
Yeah.
And, I just
Joe
think,
Biden
too,
obviously
this whole...
is very familiar with this building,
Yeah,
having worked there for 50 years.
Well, I remember covering the U.S. Senate, and that, Bianca, is the Senate side of the Capitol, and they call that the carriage entrance, because literally horse-drawn carriages used to go in.
When Joe Biden first was in the Senate, he used to, no, just kidding, he took the train. I'm judging.
Well, and I was about to say that, which is funny. And, look at this, some law enforcement officers getting a little picture in front of the helicopter, and there's the two men right there. Yeah, you can see that. Look at that.
And Amy
in the corridors of the Senate,
who's
part of the
also
inaugural
part
committee,
of the inauguration committee, smiling.
I wanted to say that I remember buttonholing, and there's Chuck Schumer, the Senate leader. Joe Biden, after the way as reporters, right at those elevators there is where you catch senators in between votes. And I remember many times Joe Biden, as a senator, telling me and others report, Ed, I gotta go catch the Amtrak, because Union Station, no joke, not a lie, but my honor as a Biden, as he would say, not a joke, folks. He literally would say, I gotta catch the Amtrak. It's the last Amtrak Wilmington, or I gotta get this one. And he would go back to Delaware just about every night on that train. And you see
Elon Musk, obviously, right there, front and center, as he always is. And also Vivek Ramaswamy, stepping away from Doge now. So an interesting pivot there as he's going to run for governor.
He's going to run for
Beautiful
governor.
First Lady Melania there.
And the second gentleman and Vice President Harris. John, I cannot, really imagine what
Walt
it's
Nauta
like
there
to
as
be,
well, too.
Yeah. Walt Nauta, who was swept up, and you see the Vances. Walt Nauta, who's now had that case dropped in terms of classified documents. The lawfare included him. He's a close valet, personal aide of Donald Trump. But John, when you see all of this playing out, it's just so remarkable to see them coming together here. But Vice President Harris sort of trailing behind the two presidents, as it was kind of a landslide.
So close yet so far away, really. And she has to be pondering. There's Dana White as well from the UFC.
Yeah, Dana White was at the rally yesterday.
We've also had a shot. There seemed to be an overflow room at one point we saw.
Miriam Adelson, who is a big Republican donor. Her late husband, Sheldon Adelson, of course, and they gave a lot of money to Donald Trump in the first campaign. Then they kind of sat out 2020, and then she got in a big way like Elon Musk did, Bianca, and she's one of those donors who made the cut because these seats are very valuable. And there's Susie Wiles, the incoming White House Chief of Staff. So you see the power in that room, Bianca.
And also, with the Edelsons, too, the situation in Israel and the real fact that Biden, was not, they believe, many believe just not, as we know, his legacy will be with Israel. So Donald Trump clearly was going to get us in. Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, Brooke Rollins.
Brooke Rollins, I believe.
Yeah.
And, Howard Lutnick from Commerce. Cantor Fitzgerald, and you can see various cabinet selections. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Think about the history there of the Kennedy family, huh?
Yeah, it was, we were yesterday, Bianca and I were hosting with Emma, doing the Trump rally, and we had the president of the Heritage Foundation on, and he was talking about how excited he is to see what Robert Kennedy could do. And you think about an institution like the Heritage Foundation and their conservative roots actively speaking highly of a Kennedy, and it just shows you this revolution that's taken place.
Where Donald Trump is bringing a lot of different people together, Bianca, and there are people in the mainstream media who throw stones at it. Well, what is he really doing here? Why is Robert K? But he's bringing a lot of people, and there's Kash Patel, by the way.
Kash Patel and Vivek Ramaswamy.
I was going to say the people entering now are some of the people that the mainstream media perhaps fears the most. Kash Patel and
Tulsi Gabbard,
incoming director of CIA John Radcliffe, because they are truly going to usher in a new type of justice system under Pam Bondi. But you're right, even back to Maha for a second, they got rid of one of those red number 3, a lot of things in our foods that they don't have in Europe and other places. You could even say when it comes to that, before Donald Trump takes the oath, there are some changes being made here that benefit Americans, even when it comes to making them healthy again. Looking at all this and listening to the music as they fill up the rotunda there with all the familiar faces, the cabinet picks, we have to talk about what this significance is of how this election, when Donald Trump first said he's running for re-election, who would have thought 4 indictments against him, 34 felony charges. And guys, let's not forget it. He's a convicted felon here. Okay, and here we are, our incoming president, 47, and there could be not more excitement in this room. And Susie Wiles there, yes, of course, who ran his campaign, some say was sort of one of the secret weapons. Used to be with DeSantis, but the way she was able to communicate with Donald Trump, let him be Donald Trump, it has led to a victory now that all of America will see and reap the awards of.
Well, Bianca, how about the fact that she's the first, covered a lot of White Houses and did not cover a female White House chief of staff. And, the owner of the Dallas Mavericks, or the outgoing, he's now out, he's got a minority stake from Shark Tank there, Mark Cuban, liked to claim back in the last campaign that Donald Trump did not have any strong women around him, Bianca. Now he has a White House chief of staff.
It was Susie Wiles, and Cuban says that, and then in the next few days we saw Caroline Leavitt, a woman, young, Kristi Noem be appointed, woman, going to handle DHS, and it was one after another. There's also been criticism about, Donald Trump and DEI and gender, making it one man, one woman with executive orders today, but he has a lot of folks in the cabinet that are, LGBTQ and gay and of other. It's just the left wants to create a narrative, no matter what, whether it be women or gender. They will never give Donald Trump credit, but today he will get plenty of credit because this is his moment and the one that Americans, so many had hoped for, really voted to make this happen. So much anticipation with the early voting. We all remember that. This was an election that people wanted to participate in because they knew this was one that perhaps our nation either fell or rose from. And fortunately, today we're seeing it rise again.
All right, who's coming in?
Mike Pence. Wow, Mike Pence.
Solo,
no Karen Pence.
So
I think we got a hint, tease that Karen Pence would not be showing up based on her response or lack thereof to Donald Trump and Melania showing up at the funeral of Jimmy Carter.
That's right.
Mike Pence, he's kind of isolated now. He tried to run for president, didn't really pick up any real following.
No +1 today.
No +1.
Just Mike Pence. The fact that he's walking solo, is that Woody Johnson? The owner of the New York Jets, who was ambassador to the Court of St. James in the UK in the first Trump term. You're going to see various cabinet officials and others there. This is a tight, packed crowd there. And it's interesting, Bianca, because there are some people, who paid $1 million plus for tickets to the inaugural outside, balls tonight, various events over the weekend. And some of those continued, obviously, but now they're watching it on N2 just like everyone else.
Got to make the cut somehow. And I'm sure it was a difficult decision, and I'm sure there will be some people who feel slighted. But ultimately, if this is about safety, whether it be cold, whether it be security, you have to understand that this is, such perilous times around the world. And, I think that has to trump everything, no pun intended. It is... They've got to bring it inside. If there was a decision, if there were things we don't know, then so be it. Looking at this
So-
crowd here today, though, just so varied. I mean, it really is just incredible to see this incoming administration of real change agents. And I think that is we can't underscore that over and over about the dynamic here to actually reshape Washington and maybe potentially parts of our territory, parts of the Middle East, how Donald Trump will take his type of leadership and infuse it now into the new Republican Party and also carry it forward with a new conservative generation ahead of us.
Yep.
And as we
there's the
see,
Senate, right?
you see the wife of Jeff
Cabinet.
Bezos there, and many of the
Lauren
cabinet
Sanchez.
officials. But imagine going back in time to January 20th, 2021, and telling your friends that Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Sundar Pichai would all be at the inauguration
Of
Donald Trump. Robert Kennedy Jr. would be there as well, about to be installed as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. And it's just the transformation, the arc of redemption here is just, it's hard to explain.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that after the last inaugural with Joe Biden, either that day or the next day, Donald Trump was playing golf in West Palm with my friend David Schneider. I mentioned this on election night. And during their round, then former President Donald Trump turned, and he was being asked what he was going to do, and he said, "You are going to see the greatest political comeback the world has ever seen."
I hope they cut back to that shot of Elon Musk standing. I hope they cut back to that shot of Elon Musk standing about 1 foot away from Bezos, because let's also talk about, they both have rocket companies, right? But they also both have media, Washington Post and X, really different competitors. And here they are standing a foot away from each other. But, it's good business. Donald Trump is good business. And
Here
there's
you go.
Bill,
And you see Bill and Hillary
walking in. Got to wonder what's
does
on their
not look
minds
happy.
today and her mind. No.
I don't know what they call that. There's a certain face. Yeah, it's a certain face.
It's a resting?
Resting something.
She's resting right
She's
now.
resting her face. She's trying her best, but...
What about Miriam Adelson,
no
who's
Michelle
a
Obama.
multi-billionaire? No Michelle Obama. We should see Barack Obama, to your point, shortly, solo. But what about Miriam Adelson, a multi-billionaire, taking selfies, or at least photos of the crowd, just like the rest of us at a ball game or something?
Just like the rest of us.
Billionaires, just like all of us.
They're just like us. They are. I know. Maybe we'll have a game. Maybe we'll have a game of who wore it best. I haven't seen any duplicatives efforts yet. Yes, but we know they're not just like us.
Let's also watch closely.
We know none of this.
Let's watch closely here too. If W does any belly slaps like he did at the Carter funeral.
The Carter funeral.
See
and
how
remember,
he greets everyone.
After the inaugural address, and you see Laura Trump and their children right there, various family members now filing in. Again, limited seats, but we've already seen hundreds who have come in, and these family, friends, and there is Barack
There's
Obama.
Barack.
The 44th president of the United States. But remember, after the first Trump inaugural and the talk about American carnage, and John, it's interesting because in carnage, George W. Bush allegedly turned to Hillary Clinton and said, boy, that was some weird blank.
Yeah.
Right? And that really made a lot of news because it capsulized. Even Republicans think this is weird. But you know what? He was right. They say Trump was right. He was right about American carnage and the border and crime in our cities. And that's large part why he won the last campaign. He was ahead of his time on that. And there's Tim Cook of Apple.
And when he said it stops right here, right now, obviously the message will be different today. All the environmental stuff that they told us.
Incredible change coming.
The environmental stuff that they put in place, but they
here's the
told us they
thing.
were reducing the inflation with all the environmental spending that they did. That all needs to stop immediately.
To your point, American carnage. Donald Trump doesn't talk like a traditional politician, okay? He is an outsider. He isn't somebody who maybe has passed from the American people because they have seen what the liberals and Joe Biden's leadership have done to their wallets, have done to their streets, have done to their families. So now they're like, okay, Donald Trump, he's a little bit gruff, but guess what? He's going to go out there, he's going to drive a garbage truck. He's going to, not too proud to go take some French fries and serve them up. And we don't even know if Kamala ever worked at McDonald's. Basically now, I'm not saying he is a complete hall pass, but Donald Trump, no matter how he delivers the message, if the results are what Americans want, they're going to let him say, well, that's just the way he talks, but you know what? He's getting the job done, and we didn't see Joe Biden get much done in the past 4 years, and that's the cold, hard truth. So Donald Trump, as rough as he could be, even in today's speech, I think that people are going to say that's just Trump being Trump.
Pete Hegseth. And there's my friend Pete Hegseth. Worked together with him for a long time. About a month ago, it looked like his nomination might be gone. He survived, and it looks like he's going to be confirmed very shortly. Laura Trump, who ran the Republican National Committee as well. And John, look, I think this is the embodiment of the American dream.
Yes.
I mean, where else, in what other country could someone like Donald Trump work at McDonald's 6 months ago and now be sworn in?
Not just working at McDonald's, he also drove a garbage truck. And a little bit of an issue with his criminal record, too. It's all behind
he's
him
a
now.
Convicted felon, and he's going to be sworn in. How about that?
I was just trying to be a little bit more diplomatic with the phrasing, Ed, but you're absolutely right. He is a convicted felon. And again,
Look at that. Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, Hegseth. And by the way, that's the Perlmutters, Ike Perlmutter and his wife. They're big donors for Donald, and he gave a lot of money in the last campaign. And so I'm just pointing out the people. He's a member at Mar-a-Lago.
October of 2023, a lot of the media were invited there, and Donald Trump was supposed to come in, talk to us for about 10 minutes. And he came through and he met all of us and started chatting with us. And this is the legacy media, Newsmax, other media outlets. The conversation was going so well, Donald Trump has said, you know, I have some guests outside. I want to bring them in to eat with us. I want to eat with you guys instead. And it was Ike and his wife, Mrs. Perlmutter, coming in to sit with us. I sat directly next to her. I don't think she was excited to be sitting next to me as much as I was excited to be sitting next to her. But I'm
sure she was really excited. Don't you think, Beyonce? I'm going to say, remember John Bachman? I'm going to show her a picture. And she was actually, the Perlmutters were at the Newsmax party last night. Our CEO, Christopher Ruddy, we were celebrating the IPO that's nearing $200 million raised. And we had Lee Greenwood there. God Bless the USA. He played it last night.
And, you know, that song never gets old.
And some of the incoming cabinet
I've been in the room with Lee Greenwood. I know you guys have too as well. And he...
Supreme Court, by the way, pardon me.
Yes, and he... sings it with passion every single time. You know, some acts, their favorite song.
He's not mailing it in.
Yeah, he's not mailing it in. He didn't mail it in last night.
Look at that. Supreme Court coming in, led by Chief Justice John Roberts, obviously, and there's Kavanaugh who's coming. Justice Thomas, and a lot of questions, Bianca, about whether someone like Justice Thomas, who's aging, might decide to step down in the next 4 years. Justice Alito could as well, in order to give Donald Trump a chance to preserve some of those conservative seats. We'll see. I'm not pushing them out. I'm just saying. And then there's some of the more liberal justices there. And Ketanji Brown Jackson. And by the way, and when I say more liberal, Amy Coney Barrett has not really wowed conservatives.
You think, too, about the prospect Donald Trump could have 2 more Supreme Court appointments if that plays out. And that he would have appointed a majority of the court at that point.
Sotomayor is not stepping down. There was also some banter about that. But interesting, as we see the Supreme Court enter, gentlemen, Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to swear in Donald Trump inside the Capitol Hill with just about an hour to go, folks. If you're just joining us here on Live 2, I'm Bianca Della Garza, along with Ed Henry and John Bachman. It's great to have you with us. And, you know, there were some errors made when Roberts was swearing in Obama. So that was part of the
story for you.
history
Go ahead.
there. Yeah. Oh, and just filling it out today. So Trump takes the oath of office on a Lincoln Bible and a Bible gifted to him by his mother in 1955. And again, it's John Roberts, and we hope it is actually on par and correct. But you know, maybe it's a little stress, maybe it's a little pressure there when you're swearing in an incoming president.
I'll tell you what happened is that Chief Justice Roberts, I was covering the Obama White House, and there was shock and awe of its own because he was moving the country to the left with a lot of executive action and other things and trying to move quickly, Obamacare and the rest of it. And Chief Justice Roberts thought that time he didn't want to have an index card. He wanted to memorize the oath. And I think, you know, you get nervous in that moment and you slip.
Yeah.
So he left out some words. And so I remember covering the White House. It was late one night, and you know, just like with Donald Trump, there's going to be executive orders at 9 p.m. There's going to be, you know, tweets at 10 p.m. It used to be in the Ronald Reagan days, it was like a 9-to-5 job. Now it's a 24/7 in this media environment. So long story short, a few nights into the Obama White House, I see Robert Gibbs in a hallway late at night. He was the White House press secretary for Obama, and he said, "Ed, we're bringing in some reporters. Come here." And I see Chief Justice Roberts walk by. I'm like, what is he doing here? I thought something major was happening. Why would the Chief Justice be at the White House like 3 or 4 nights in? And it was because there were people online saying Obama is not the real president. The oath was not administered correctly. And so they brought Justice Roberts over, Chief Justice, and there's the Trumps, the family members. and the sons, and there's Barron Trump, maybe our first glimpse. And Bianca, they said, we got to get this right. And so Chief Justice came over late one night.
A mulligan, if you
in
will.
private. Yeah, a mulligan. He did it again and said, constitutionally, he is the president. You got to get it right.
Words matter. Donald Trump's children there, Barron in the back there, very tall Barron. Be interesting to see what his future is and if it is politics indeed. So now it looks like almost all the seats have been filled. I did notice that, you know, as we look back here, so it's Lauren Sanchez and Bezos and Elon, and they're pretty prominent.
Michael
They're
Waltz,
like
the
in
national
one of
security.
they're ahead of some of the cabinet picks, and even Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know who did the seating chart. I'm sure you can't win. You're not going to please all the people all the time, but that's a really tough seating chart to figure out what row.
Who do you think did it?
Who does the seating chart?
I think I know.
You think you know? I don't know.
I think it's 47.
Oh, you think Donald Trump probably had a... Yeah, he probably did.
He was a huge supporter. I think, you know, he knows.
Let's put Elon next to put Sundar.
Look, he's very much involved in who sits where at Mar-a-Lago and who's close to him.
He might have
who's
signed
not.
off. I wonder how many iterations.
Yeah, he might not have sat with a piece of paper, but he might have, exactly, he might have signed it off. I'm with you.
Yeah, I love it. It looks like just about every seat is filled here as well, because there'll be some musical performances. We talked about the Nebraska Choir, the U.S. Marine Corps band, even some Palm Beach bagpipe band as well, as Ed ran into them on the plane and got the scoop there. But a cold day outside, and then, of course, from Capitol Hill to Capital One Arena later, yeah, where we see tens of thousands of people that will be filling that arena yet again, twice in 2 days.
Looks like they struck up the band.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Yeah, not the Village People.
Spouses.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence. Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush. Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States. Tiffany Trump and Barron Trump.
In the room as we move through this process to get closer to the beginning of it. But the Trump kids just walked in, took their spot. There's Barron right next to Elon. We saw Jeff Bezos behind Don Jr. It's an interesting crowd, isn't it?
It strikes me about
transparent looking at how tall he is, because back in 2015, I interviewed Melania Trump when President-elect just first announced he's running, and I said, where's the nanny? And she said, I don't have any nanny. I'm raising my son myself.
Yeah, good for her. Good for her, yeah.
And look at him, she really raised him tall.
You can see the resemblances. He's starting to. He looks a lot like his dad.
Yeah. Yeah.
You go back and look at the old clips of President-elect Trump when he said back in the 80s that he might run for president, and everyone sort of just rolled their eyes.
It's interesting, the president of Amazon and the president of Google, right there behind the Trump family.
Yeah.
So.
Boy, they're singing a different tune.
Yeah. I mean, it's a completely different industry.
And obviously Elon, right into them. So.
And Elon. Zuckerberg had a great seat, too. I can't see him right now, but he was up real close. I just saw him a minute ago.
All folks trying to avoid a massive antitrust lawsuit.
It tells you how much the country has. Right. You know, everyone says, oh, these people are political weather vanes. No, they're not. They're weather vanes of their customers.
Sure.
This is not politics. These are business people, and they understand that their business just changed.
Yeah.
And all the things that they thought that they had to do to satisfy their business.
I don't buy that.
I do.
You know what? I got to tell you that, they had some of this censorship. They had plenty of opportunity not to censor during the last 4 years, and now there's a new sheriff in town, and suddenly they're against censorship. And I don't think that's because they were trying to please their customers.
The public, if you look at the numbers, the public was actually okay with a lot of this, particularly during COVID.
I kind of buy that.
Okay with that, and yes, I'm not saying there's no political. Obviously, there is, but. Yeah. What's happened since Trump is the culture
There's a huge shift in everything.
Yes, the country did. But
hang on 1 second. Let's hear this.
Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
So Emhoff and Joe Biden have now entered the room, so we're moving right along here. We're wondering what happens next year, Tom. Any indications? Who do they bring in next?
So you have the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies will be introduced, and they will escort the current president and the president-elect and the vice president and vice president-elect onto the platform. And again, you'll hear Hail to the Chief played for Joe Biden for the last time in his life. It's a very, very poignant moment, I think, for a lot of folks, and very symbolic of this change. You have all three branches of government right there in front of you, and for all the talk about democracy, what you're looking at is proof positive we don't live in a democracy, we live in a republic. And that's the way that the founders, these three co-equal branches of government with separation of powers, that's the way that they designed it. And today is this great exposition of their vision
with all of them together.
And just to be clear, what we mean by that is that a republic is where the people vote, but they elect people to do the job.
Right.
It's a pure democracy. Is the people vote on everything, and the people sort of run everything. And our founders said that that leads to what we saw in the French Revolution. It leads to mob rule.
Right. Yeah. Chaos.
And this is an orderly transition of power because it's a republic.
We delegate. Voters delegate the authority, basically. Even like for the selection of the president for electoral college, it's a delegation. People say, you pick the president for me.
Our founders were afraid of the mob. I mean, they were. That's just it was one of the things they were very concerned about. And so they obviously didn't want a king. They didn't want a sovereign, and they wanted the people to have a voice, but they needed a little separation from the passions of the moment.
As they're preparing, so we're looking inside, a lot of things are going on. Is that they probably positioned a helicopter on the other side of the Capitol to take President
That's been done.
Trump away. He's there. That's done. And you've got the White House, the two families, one being moved out, one being moved in. So all the attention is here, but there's a lot of activity going on.
And this is a really special moment. You know, when you think about, of all the things that America has given to the world, of all the influence, this peaceful transition of power, and particular between two political rivals, is so incredibly significant. It is a tremendous gift that America and America's founders gave to the world, and we celebrate that today through the ceremony that we're about to see.
Boy, and how things change so dramatically at noon. You look at the First Lady, Joe Biden. At noon, her husband is stripped of all this enormous power that he has had for 4 years, or any president, I don't mean just him, but it just comes abruptly to a stop, and the next one takes over.
And they head to Santa Barbara, California, I believe. Do they leave today? I think that's where they're going. And, you know, all of this today is being done underneath that beautiful Capitol dome with that mural of George Washington, the apotheosis of George Washington, who was, when he gave up the presidency voluntarily after 2 terms, think about how extraordinary that was in human history.
He set the standard up until FDR, who stayed because of the war. That was sort of the understanding. But the reality is that he set the peaceful transference of power in place. And people talk about the greatest president. There's only one great president. The greatest president is George Washington, because he allowed America to be birthed and set the standard for so many things that happen in the future.
And one of the things I think we're going to see over the next 4 years, because Donald Trump foretold that the left would try to denigrate our founding fathers, take down their statues, and put all of these asterisks next to their names. We're going to see a restoration of our founding fathers and our history and proper history. And that's something I know he cares so very deeply about. And free speech.
I mean, you can't
Well, then we get back to our discussion about censorship. Which is why, and all these powerful tech people there who suddenly are against censorship, who bowed to the federal government and did all that censoring for the 4 years.
Because now the federal government, there were Supreme Court case on it. Unfortunately, I think the Supreme Court ruled the wrong way. But the reality was that they. Plenty of evidence that the Biden administration was bullying these tech companies.
But they caved. That's the problem. They all caved.
And
they did.
That's a lot of weight.
They have more money than Elon Musk, believe it or not.
But they didn't, quote, uncave until there's a new president, which says something, and you say that they're just answering to the consumers. I don't think so. It's like, I'm very disappointed in these people.
I'm disappointed too. I mean, it would have been great had they had the courage to stand up, because they do have a lot of money, and it's not like average people who can't fight back. But the reality is, they got away with it for a long time because the public didn't really hold them to account for it. Now they would, because the public has changed.
But they were telling the public false things, that there was this. That is the problem, because of the enormous power they wield. Let's look back, see who's coming in.
Here comes being escorted by military aides.